at the center of all that we do. We are Niagara College.
Tired of searching for that one keyboard shortcut? We solve technology so you don't have to. At SkyComp, we are lifelong learners, always upgrading our skills and reading about the next new IT thing. Go to skycomp.ca/learn to better use the programs you work with every day. SkyComp Solutions, your technology support partner.
What a beautiful day, right? So who was here in 2019? So we're 2024 now, and in those years we had about 300 people, right? Collecting a lot of pounds of waste. How many? 10,000 pounds, right? So give yourself an applause for that. So people come together to make communities more beautiful, and like Walker does, is build a sustainable future, right? Thanks for coming out. We know we have 2 days paid volunteering. 1,200 people, 2 days. That's 2,400 days of volunteering work, which is more than 10 people full-time every day doing volunteer work, which is fantastic. So let's have a great day. Let's collect a lot of waste. Be safe. Everybody has their gear on.
Well, I think really, the greatest gift that we can give each other is time. It's really a part of Walker's DNA, and it has been since we first started in 1887. It's a great way to create a connection in the community in which we live and work. And I think we recognize at Walker that there's a real need to care for our community to be able to create meaningful impact and honor our promise that we have of building a sustainable future together, and that word together is really important. Niagara's a great place to volunteer because it's such a unique place with a huge diversity of possible experiences. As an example, an event like the World Rowing Championships really can only happen in a couple places in Canada, of which Niagara's one.
When you do Lake of Canada Games, when you do World Rowing Championships, people from outside of Niagara come to volunteer. Some of the people I've met over the years would come in from Barrie and Peterborough to volunteer for events because they get such great enjoyment out of it. They take the experiences back with them, but they know deep down it's important to do what they do. They're not always necessarily a sport fan, but they're community builders, and they understand how important it is to the community. So I think this region is a great example of people that get it and understand that they get something back. I'm not talking about a t-shirt or a hat, but there's things you take away from sport that only sport can deliver emotionally and connection-wise. So I think that it becomes invaluable, and people get it here. There's no question about it. They do in other areas too, but this is a very fertile area of those that are interested in stepping up and stepping forward to help out because they know the result and what it does for the community.
A lot of us have had experiences in our life where someone gave us their time. They gave us their talent, their energy, and that allowed us to become who we are. And so many of us want to have that opportunity to give back in the same way that others gave to us. Volunteering is that chance to give back, whether it's helping out young people in the community that are, experiencing the world for the first time, or it's working with folks who are disadvantaged, who maybe have had a tougher lot in life. It gives us that opportunity to give back in the way others have given to us, and I think that's where that sense of pride comes from, right? Not just to show off what's amazing about our community, but to also demonstrate how important it is to be a good community member.
So to all the volunteers supporting the World Rowing event, I know you're creating an incredible experience for our athletes and guests from around the world. You are making a difference, and we are thankful for your time and dedication.
The Walker team is so very proud to be the official sponsor of the volunteers at the World Rowing Championships. We're very grateful to be a part of the Niagara community and really to all the volunteers supporting this event and creating an incredible experience for our athletes and the guests from around the world. Just thank you so much for offering a warm welcome from Niagara.
Definitely hard going into it, knowing that people might not have faith in you, might not think that you can do it. I've really had to work to overcome that misconception, those stereotypes. I've had a lot of coaches who kind of said to me, like, we can't really take you on as an athlete because of your impairment. You can't do the same things as your teammates. It's holding the team back. I've been called a liability. Because I really want to advocate that I am capable of doing this. My friends who have impairments are capable of doing this. It doesn't mean that we just have to be recreational athletes. We can compete at a varsity level. We can be competitive and win races.
With sweeping, you have to be a lot more, like, put a lot more emphasis on things than you would sculling. If you're at a U23 senior level, you can start being a little bit more strategic in how you place the blade. And I can say that with trusting that you're not gonna pull like a U19, U17 and just The steering is primarily like a timing and like a tech problem. We'll figure it out.
I'm Mia Biancanello. I'm from St Catharines, Ontario. I've been rowing for about 6 years now. I row for Brock's team and I row for the St Catharines Rowing Club. I was born with a genetic condition called oculocutaneous albinism. It affects the pigment and the melanin in your skin, which plays a big role in the development of your eyes. And so because I have that kind of delay in pigment, my eyes did not develop correctly, and hence I am visually impaired. So my vision has affected me my whole life. I have depth perception issues. I have very big fatigue. I had a hard time seeing the ball when I was playing soccer, following along in a dance class. And so I was kind of looking for something new to keep me active. And one of my neighbors was very into rowing at the time. So I did like a learn to row camp and I just loved it. So when I transitioned from elementary school to high school, I signed up for my high school's rowing team, and I just have been going ever since. I've enjoyed it so much. This team has been really good. I've had really good experiences with my coach, Liz and Easy. Probably the reason why I've stayed in the sport is because I've had her support for so long from a coaching perspective. She's always been willing to put me in a successful spot, push me to my limit, just like she would any of her other athletes. When I started rowing, I looked for athletes who were like me, who had similar impairments, because they don't advertise that the same way they advertise other athletes that most people look up to in their sport. One of the first ones that I really did look up to was Victoria Nolan. So she's another visually impaired athlete. I've always looked up to her from like a bystander point because of how she's persevered in the sport and pushed herself even through vision loss. I was able to see a lot of the things I've gone through her, and that was really nice. And she's just a great person. When I've talked to her, she's so kind and so willing to give support.
What I love about rowing is that in my everyday life, I walk around very careful and nervous. Everything I do is slow because I'm afraid of getting hurt. When I get in the boat, all of a sudden I have that freedom. I don't have to worry about where I'm going. There's someone else steering the boat. I can go as fast as I possibly can, and it's just so exhilarating. You feel like you're flying. One of my fondest memories was rowing here in St Catharines at the Royal Henley Regatta. It was Canada versus the US, and my husband actually brought a whole school bus of people down from Toronto to come and watch the race. So the stands, it was packed. All of my friends and family were there. As we were racing, you could hear the whole crowd. It was just a great race. Ended up coming down to a photo finish. We had to sit there and wait for the results. The US beat us by like 1/100th of a second, so it was a pretty amazing experience. Regardless of what you're racing for, it's about your own efforts and your own goals outside of, what the external result might be. You can't have your goal being something that you have no control over, because you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. When you're setting a goal, part of it has to be something you're in control of. So whether it's making sure that you push yourself as far as you possibly can, whether it's, really working on nailing those technical aspects of the race, whatever it is that at the end of the day, you can say you did it, so that you can feel proud no matter what the result is.
From an athletic standpoint, I'm trying to prepare myself for my university season, hoping to be the fittest I can be for our training camp and selection process. From an advocacy standpoint, I'm trying to just implement more para races where I can. I'm trying to advocate for para athletes to be included. So for me right now, my goal is our Ontario University Championships. I'm trying to make sure that we have an event for para athletes, that our race is set up and accommodating. I'm also trying to get that at our national championship, have that population show up and show that we can be competitive and we can do something hard like this.
Adulthood is full of surprises, maybe too full of surprises. That's why CAA Niagara has reliable insurance plans. Be ready for the unexpected expenses with home, auto, life, travel, and pet insurance plans. Plus, CAA members get exclusive pricing on all of our plans. Because adulting is hard, but CAA Niagara makes it easy. Click today for your free online quote.
At Genesis Niagara, the most important feature in every Genesis is you. Designed with the simple idea that the experience of owning your Genesis should be as exceptional as the vehicle itself. It's about valuing your time, respecting your lifestyle, and making things effortless, and building a relationship based on trust. Genesis Niagara serving Hamilton, Niagara, where you are at the center of everything we do.
Team Canada and Pilotary Estates Winery unite with a perfect pairing of tradition and excellence. Deeply rooted in pride, respect, and the pursuit of greatness. Celebrate the Olympic spirit with every toast.
So I started Ridley back then. The earliest you could start was grade 5. So that was in 1987. So I started in grade 5 and continued through. I started rowing. A friend of mine in grade 7 wanted to do the rowing camp. And then in grade 9, when you could start rowing at Ridley as a sport, one of my friends told me that we needed some more girls on the rowing team. So I came out and started then. Back then, we didn't row in the fall. We started with indoor training. So it was a lot of rowing ergometers, strength training. I remembered it was really, really hard. But then when we got on the water in the spring for the racing season, it all kind of came together. So I rowed throughout high school and I loved it. And that was part of my decision making for university. I wanted to continue in university. So I went to Western and continued rowing throughout my university degree, and I loved it. And that's where I also started coaching. So I started coaching for a local high school there that some girls were looking for a coach. So a bunch of my teammates, we decided that we would coach a high school team there. You learn a lot. It was kind of trial by doing. So it was great. The student athletes that we were coaching were great, and we had really supportive coaches of our own who helped us when we needed help. But it's how I learned, how to rig boats, drive a trailer, everything from putting in entries to regattas. And the team was very new too, so we were teaching them basically from scratch. And although I really enjoyed it, I kind of wanted to come back. And at the time, Ridley was also looking for a women's coach and had asked actually a couple of times if I was interested, but I had other coaching positions. So when the timing was right, they were looking for a coach and I was interested. So 11 years ago. There were a few big changes. Number one, it became like a full year sport. When I was a student here at rowing, we didn't do fall rowing. It was indoor training, winter training, and then the spring season only. When I started coaching here, it was a full year. So we did fall regattas, fall training, so it was year round. The other thing was when I rowed here, there were a lot of women rowing, girls rowing at the time. And when I came into this position, the numbers had reduced quite significantly. So one of the things that we've been really working on is trying to increase those numbers again. It's been going really, really well. Last year, I think we were just under 30, which is for kind of our size of school, a good size program.
The Women's Championship 8. The Brock University 25th Anniversary Trophy Final. In lane number 3 is Ridley College. Ridley College in the lead as of right now, pulling ahead in lane number 3. Sabrina Seville de Coxed for the 8-person crew. Novella Russman, Rachel Turks, Jade Postma, Sydney Swift, Charlotte Peakenhagen, Heather Clark, Tia Lampman, and Chloe Fortner. The gap getting bigger and bigger here for the final push. Ridley College in lane number 3, holding on, and will win the Brock University 25th Anniversary Trophy as the champions of the Women's Eights.
I think we are intentional in trying to support all of the programs. So the men's coach and I work really well together. Like, for example, this summer we're team coaching at Team Canada boat. They were looking for a place to host the girls' sweep project, as they called it. And so together with some other school coaches, we put our hand up to say we would host it here at Ridley and in St Catharines. We didn't plan on doing it this way. It was not really, we kind of thought our athletes would go through selection and then move on to, you know, be with their team and coach somewhere else, but it didn't work out that way. So it's been a really positive, you know, we kind of realized that, oh, wait a second, it's actually a great place to host it. We've got the Henley course, which is going to be hosting the Worlds. We have all the facilities here that we need. It's been really collaborative with the other school coaches in terms of, you know, building a program and bringing in the athletes. It's been great.
When you're purchasing swimwear from the Salty Bikini, you're getting beauty, confidence, and the latest in swimwear fashion. Every woman deserves to feel like a goddess in her swimsuit. Say goodbye to stress and hello to confidence as you shop with us. The Salty Bikini is proud to be a platinum sponsor of the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Good luck to all the competitors. Come see us in-store at the Salty Bikini. We're located in the Ridley Heights Plaza in St Catharines, Ontario, or visit us online at thesaltybikini.ca.
Welcome to White Meadows Farms. Join our Discover Maple Sugar Bush tour and explore the world of maple syrup. Meet our expert guide and discover traditions that have thrived for centuries. Hop aboard a tractor-drawn wagon and journey to the heart of our forest. Indulge in legendary treats like taffy on snow and experience our 100% pure maple syrup. Finish with a maple syrup tasting and see how we elevate maple beyond the breakfast table. Book your experience today and discover everything Canadian maple.
The universe does it with a big bang. Wonderful pistachios. Get cracking.
Niagara College Ball.
This is what it all comes down to here at the 2024 World Rowing Championship Regatta here in St. Catharines, Canada. It's the Friday afternoon portion, which means we are starting with our first finals of the day. Taking a look, we talked a little bit about the weather. Myself, Noah Vogel, alongside Mike Inuits. The wind speed staying very slow today, but it is pushing in the direction these rowers would like.
Yeah, tailwind for the afternoon, 14 kilometers an hour coming from the southwest with gusts up to 24 kilometers an hour. 25 degrees and cloudy, a high of 26 degrees Celsius. As we continue on with our day, A finals for the remainder, a chance to claim the title of world champion in 2024. It'll be the U23 division for the remainder of the day.
So 13 races to finish off this Friday and the start of the weekend here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. 13 countries will be crowned the world champions of the U23 division and each of these events. Pardon me, we're starting with a look at the current standings for the medals. This was from yesterday in the first finals we've had so far this week. Germany still sitting on top with their 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal. New Zealand also with 2 golds yesterday. That coming in the women's Coxed 4, as well as the U23 men's pairs. And all these countries looking to add to their medal tally today. It starts off at around 2 o'clock. We'll begin with the U23 women's lightweight single sculls and ending the day with the U23 men's Coxed 4 finals.
This course a little different than others. Plenty of wildlife, ducks, swans, fish that we've seen on the broadcast this past week. Usually they're smart enough to get out of the way of the rowers, because we know the rowers aren't going to change their game plan to move out of the way.
You see on your screen there, of course, all the volunteers that help make this week what it is, and without them, we couldn't have this week run as smoothly as it has been so far. And of course, all the supporters traveling from across the globe here for the World Rowing Championship Regatta, of course, here in St. Catharines, Canada.
It is a real spectacle to watch these World Championships here in St. Catharines. Only the second time that St. Catharines has hosted the Rowing World Champions. The last time 25 years ago in 1999. Again, a lot of these rowers in this U23 division weren't born yet. Some of their parents have rowed in that World Championships. As you take a look at the first race, U23 lightweight women's single sculls, the fastest qualifying time for this A final. The time of 7 minutes and 37 seconds. Australia.
So taking a look at the start list for our first final of this Friday. And like you said, Micah, the U23 women's lightweight single sculls starting out in lane number 1 from South Africa, Chloe Cresswell. And in lane number 2 from France, Justine Diaz. And beside her, who had the top qualifying time to make it to this finals, Grace Seifer from Australia in lane number 3. And in lane number 4, representing Germany, Kristen Burkert-Sculls. And out in lane number 5, Giulia Clarisi from Italy, pardon me. And from Portugal, Bruna Parente in lane number 6. So those are your 6 boats in the U23 women's lightweight single sculls. Only one can be crowned the champion here at the 2024 World Rowing Regatta.
Portugal, attention.
So here we go. The green light has been given, and we can see how each of these finalists will start off this race. You can see France and Portugal near the top of that stroke rate beginning this race.
It's so important to get up to your top speed as fast as possible, and then find your race pace, which you'll have through the majority of the race, with a couple of key checkpoints where you'll make a little push. You'll put a piece together, as they're all still around a pretty high stroke rate. Australia 40 strokes per minute leading there in the center lane. Again, the lightweight division for the women. Each rower would have weighed in at under 59 kilograms 2 hours prior to this race. And another limitation you must have in this lightweight division, another obstacle, keeping your weight as low as possible. Give yourself the best chance with less weight. Australia with a 3-meter difference in front of second place, which is the Italian.
And we talked about Grace Seifer coming into this A final for this event and being one of the favorites with her time in the qualifiers, and currently in the lead just ahead of the Italian in Clarisi. But for Grace Seifer, has been a finalist at the last 2 World U23 Championships and finished in 4th place last year, just missing out on a medal. And looking to not only medal here in St. Catharines, but make that color of the medal gold.
Clarisi from Italy won a medal at the last 2 editions of the World U23 Championships. Last year winning gold in the lightweight women's quad. And we talk about just how important it is to have other international events under your belt, facing the world's top talent, and having a good understanding of what it takes to be the top.
Cypher still in the lead over the Italian in second, and Sculls of Germany in third place. Those are your front runners for a medal right now. Not too far behind the German in fourth place, Chloe Cresswell of South Africa. The Portuguese Parente in fifth place, as well as Diaz sitting in sixth out of lane number 2. And again, with these finals, unlike what we had earlier today with the semifinals and the B finals, is each race will commence after the finish of the race prior. So we'll get to see the start of each of these A finals for the U23 events.
As they pass the 1,000 meter mark, lots of different nations and competitors. We'll put a little piece together here. Common one is 10 strokes for power, 10 strokes technique, and then find that rhythm again through the back half of the course. Clarisse of Italy, again, coming back this season from 2 stress fractures in her ribs. We talk about habits, and when you have an injury like that, a couple setbacks can definitely throw you off of your routine. Clarisse still competing at an extremely high level, now just about 20 meters back of the Australian Cypher, who's put herself in a great position right now.
Looking very calm and cool through this mid part of this race. And you can see with a great view there overhead of all 6 rowers, that gap between first and second, and Cypher and Clarisse of Italy. And there's the German currently holding third place, 30 meters back behind the Australian.
Just quickly talking about the course here in St. Catharines, Canada. The first 1,500 meters is pretty closed off from some of the conditions. You see the trees in the back there, but where the cameras are is the Henley Island. That's where the coaches, athletes are. You might hear some of them throughout this afternoon, but after this 1,500 meter mark, the island stops. There's the bridge you might see in the background there. The waters really do open up. A little less sheltered from wind conditions. Today, not too much of a big deal as you have that tailwind. We're gonna see a lot of better times than we saw Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, which is exactly what you wanna see on finals day during these A final afternoons. 6 minutes, 14 seconds into the race. Cypher still in the lead, 24 meters now in front of Clarisse of Italy. Germany rounding out the top 3.
The Australian has rode a fantastic race so far, extending her lead over the Italian in second place in the final 250 meters here of our first final to start this weekend, the U23 women's lightweight singles sculls.
22 years old, Grace Cypher looking to win gold here in St. Catharines. Clarisse of Italy, 21. 20 years old from Germany, but Kirk Schulz wanting to capture the bronze medal. You can see the strain on the gruesome faces, just pushing themselves through the 2,000 meter mark.
Grace Cypher from Australia is going to come home with gold in the U23 women's lightweight single sculls. and doing it in dominating fashion as she crosses the finish line in first place, second to the Italian Clarisi and the German Burkhard Sculls to finish in third place. Those are your podium finishers. But Grace Seifer, after missing the top 3 in the last 2 World Championships, wins gold here in St. Catharines.
Germany put up a huge fight there, just only half a second behind Italy for the bronze medal. See, second place for Italy, Clarisi. After winning a medal at the last 2 editions of the U23 Championships, she will add another one to the trophy case here in 2024.
And the first medal for the German rower, Burkhard Sculls, wins bronze. Grace Seifer will win the U23 women's lightweight single sculls and will give Australia their first gold here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships.
We will catch the victory ceremony for that race after this next one, the U23 lightweight men's single sculls. Spain had the fastest qualifying time at 6 minutes and 48 seconds as they get to the starting block.
This race set to start in less than 2 minutes here. You can see the final warning. Again, the U23 lightweight men's single sculls final. Talked about the fastest time. Horta Pombo of Spain with a time of 6:48:30. And he'll sit in one of those middle lanes, pardon me. Starting out in lane number 1, Peter Strakansky of Slovakia. Beside him in lane number 2 from Germany, Mortes Kuiper. And the reigning champion, the Italian in lane number 3, Giovanni Borgonovo. Of course, we talked about the top time coming into this final. He's sitting in lane number 4, representing Spain. Out in lane number 5 for Argentina, Santino Minen. And representing the home country, out in lane number 6, the Canadian, Emerson Crick, trying to bring Canada their first medal here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships.
Germany, Italy, Spain, Argentina, Canada. Attention.
So there they go. First strokes for all 6 of these boats. And currently out to a quick lead is the Italian with a stroke rate around 53 per minute. Beside him, the Spaniard, pardon me, Micah.
This will be the 3rd chance for Canada to win a medal. Had 2 opportunities yesterday. unfortunately fell to Germany, did not claim any medals in yesterday's events. Emerson Crick looking to bring home a medal on home soil.
You just saw the Canadian there on your screen, and has one of the lower stroke rates here, but very powerful and efficient with each catch in this lightweight single sculls, and currently sits in between 4th and 5th place, 5 to 6 meters behind the Spaniard.
Everyone only 10 meters apart through the first 350 meters. And I can only expect this one to be coming down to the wire. We have Italy's Giovanni Barganovo trying to defend his title in this boat class from last year's World Championships. But then you can't knock out Spain's Portabombo, as he raced in the lightweight double sculls in Paris just weeks ago.
It's a great view there of the leaders through 500 meters. The Italian sitting 0.7 seconds behind Portabombo of Spain. The Canadian still sitting in striking distance of a medal, and between 3rd and 4th place, fighting with the German Kuiper. And currently in 3rd place, Peter Strakansky, who took home bronze in the U19 men's singles at last year's World Rowing Championships, and is now here on the more senior stage, 14, now 16 meters behind the leader.
Being only 19 years old here. The youngest in the finals, looking to prove that he can hang with the slightly older men. Has definitely something to prove here, as he falls to 4th place behind the German.
The Canadian Emerson Crick now falling behind to 5th place in this race. Stroke rate down now to 34 strokes per minute.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have 100 meters to go to that 1,000 meter marker, that he makes a little, puts a little piece together to catch up to the top 4. Just has to be careful not to fall too far behind and give himself an impossible sprint to get a medal.
You can see the great overhead view here, that distance between the Spain and Italian rower. And for Giovanni Borganovo, he's gonna have to do a little bit here, Micah, if he's gonna want to defend his title.
It's one thing to win last year, it's one thing to be racing at a high world-class event like the Olympics just weeks ago. Portabombo in great shape right now as he pulls away 13, 14 meters in front of Italy. Again, we see just how big the puddles are that these athletes are making. The bigger the puddle, the more powerful the stroke. Something you can see visually of just how much power you're pulling through the water.
Moritz Kuiper for Germany in lane number 2 is currently holding on to that 3rd position, passing Peter Strakansky from Slovakia.
As we get to the end of the Henley Island, 100 meters left to go, you'll see the last of the coaches and the athletes cheering on their rower, and then they'll have to hand it off to the fans at the grandstands on either side of the water. Here in St. Catharines, they added one to make due for all of the fans coming from around the world for this regatta.
First crossing the 1,500 meter mark is the Spaniard. Portabombo is looking very strong through this U23 men's lightweight single sculls final. 4.66 seconds ahead of the defending champion and Giovanni Borganovo.
He has the knowledge of what it takes to win this boat class. Time to put it into practice. Just about 30 meters back, has to pull something great out like we've seen before to capture the world title once again.
250 meters as they enter the red buoys. The Italian now 30 meters behind the lead. The German just behind him. Kuiper trying to make a move for that silver medal. It's looking like the Spanish rower Horta Pombo will be able to do just enough to beat the Italian and not let him defend his world title here in St. Catharines, Canada. 27 meters the difference between the top two rowers here. Germany in third. Strakansky for Slovakia falling behind in fourth place. The Canadian has now moved into sixth. It's Horta Pombo of Spain is going to cross the finish line in first place and win gold as he nears in on the grandstand. Horta Pombo of Spain overtakes Borgonovo of Italy to win gold. Italy to win silver. Kuiper of Germany to win bronze.
Unfortunately, we don't read Spanish as he has the Olympic shirt in his boat. 6 minutes 46:65 is the official time of the Spaniard.
Not as fast as his qualifier was, but was quick enough to win gold here at the U23 men's lightweight single sculls. The Italian Giovanni Borgonovo will win silver, and Moritz Kuiper of Germany with a time of 6:53.11 will win bronze. Peter Strakansky of Slovakia finishing fourth. Santino Meenan of Argentina will finish fifth, and Emerson Crick of Canada finishing in sixth place. Your final times for the U23 men's lightweight single sculls final. And now we'll move it over to the victory ceremony of our first race this afternoon for the U23 lightweight women's single sculls.
Présenté par
Executive Director, World Rowing.
Directeur exécutif de World Rowing.
Vincent Gaillard. Accompanied by
Accompagné de
Member of the Provincial Parliament of Niagara Riding.
Membre du Parlement provincial Niagara Riding, Monsieur Wayne Gates.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Germany.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant l'Allemagne.
Kristin Burkett-Schultz. Winner of the silver medal representing Italy.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant l'Italie.
Giulia Clerici. Winner of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-23 champion representing Australia.
vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 23 ans représentant l'Australie.
Grace Cypher. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Australia.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Australie.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So Australia picking up their first medal this week here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Grace Cypher, who you just saw, taking home the first of today, the gold medal for the U23 lightweight women's single sculls. It's now time for the U23 women's double sculls, starting out in lane number 1 for this final will be Germany. Lane number 2 held down by France. As you see the German boat there, Charlotte Luster and Lena Wolk. The French boat in lane number 2. Jean Rocher and Maya Bosquet out in lane number 3 is Switzerland. Beside them in lane number 4, the two-time reigning world champions, Romania, looking to three-peat here in St Catharines, Canada. Lane number 5, Lithuania. And to finish it off, out in lane number 6, Australia.
Germany, France, Switzerland, Romania, Lithuania, Australia. Attention.
So there they go, the green light given. And we'll look to see the Romanians off to a quick start here. Lithuania with a quick stroke rate of 52 to start off this race. The Romanians holding on to a stroke rate of about 50. And starting to drop down now that they found their rhythm and get into their starting pace here in the U23 women's double sculls final.
Lots of talent in the third race of the afternoon session here in St. Catharines. We already talked about the rowers from Romania. The same duo have won it in both 2022 and 2023.
Under 23 men's double sculls.
Looking to defend their back-to-back title. Can't look over Switzerland's Olivia Roth in the stroke seat for the Swiss. Won bronze last year and is joining a new partner for this season. So we talk about both of them. Romania, Switzerland, and Germany. All extremely close for the top three, with 1 minute and 30 seconds into the race.
The Romanian combination of Balaluca and Morosandu had an underwhelming World Cup rowing 3 a few months ago to their standards when they came 4th place in this event. And like you said, are gonna want to defend their back-to-back title and make it 3 here in Canada. And so far, through 650 meters, have built quite the lead for themselves over Switzerland in second.
See just how close that fight for second place currently is. France in 4th, tied with the Germans at the moment. In the bow of France's boat, Maya Bosquet has a rowing family, rowing after her father, Gilles. Her goal this season was to be a medalist here at the World Championships. And now currently in 3rd, hoping to reach that goal here in St. Catharines with 1,100 meters left to go.
Nearing in on that halfway point, and the Romanians just continuing to extend their lead. What a great view on the overhead as they pass the halfway point. You can see the Romanian crew well in front of the rest.
To touch on just the sacrifices these rowers have to make to put themselves in a situation to competing, to be called the world champion. Countless of mornings awake before the rest of the world. Exercise, diets. You can't understate any of the struggles that all of these athletes have gone through to make it to this moment in time.
It's quite a fantastic race so far from the Romanians. Now 24 meters ahead of second place. Lithuania currently sitting in that position. Switzerland just behind them. And the French rounding out the top 4. Very close between second, third, and fourth for a podium spot here at the U23 Women's Double Scull Final.
One of the first times today that we will hear the Swiss fans with their cowbells out on the grandstands. Already before the 1,500 meter mark do we hear them for the A finals of the U23 women's double sculls. Romania looking to go for their 3-peats in this boat class.
The Lithuanians have started to cement themselves a little more in second place. But the Swiss hot on their tail with the French nearing in behind them as well. But still a 20-meter gap between first and second place. The Romanians looking calm, cool, and collected, entering the final 400 meters here.
Olivia Roth wants to improve on her bronze from last year. An extremely tight race between the top four. Nothing between Lithuania and Switzerland. 8 meters difference between France, who is currently in fourth, between themselves and third place, just outside of medal contention as we reach the last 210 meters.
The Swiss really increasing their stroke weight, as well as the Romanians. Switzerland now over 18 kilometers per hour in their speed.
Slowly closing the gap between themselves and Romania, looking to put a stop of the Romanian dominance shown the past couple years here at the World Championships. Only 12 meters between first and second.
The gap is tightened here. Can the Romanians fend off the Swiss and win their third straight World Championship in this boat class? And they will. Romania will finish in first place, Switzerland in second. Nearing in on third will be Lithuania, just beating out the French for a bronze medal finish. And we can't say we didn't expect it. They came back, had a plan. They wanted to win 3 in a row, and they've done just that. Morosanu Balaluca of Romania, with a time of 6:46.84, will win the U23 women's double sculls gold in St. Catharines.
Both 22 years old. We'll move on to the senior division for next year. An amazing 3 years in a row for the Romanians. You do not see that so often. Treated to a historical race here in the 2024 World Rowing Championships in St. Catharines, Canada. There you have Romania 1, Switzerland 2, Lithuania 3, France 4, Germany 5, and Australia 6.
Incredible finish as well for the Swiss and for Lithuania, who win their first medals for their country this weekend. And now, with the conclusion of that, we'll send it over to the victory ceremony for the U23 men's lightweight single sculls podium.
Gate.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant l'Allemagne.
Moritz Kipper. Winner of the silver medal, representing Italy.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant l'Italie.
Giovanni Borgonovo. Winner of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-23 champion, representing Spain.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 23 représentant l'Espagne.
Setano Jose Hortabombo. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Spain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Espagne. Veuillez applaudir nos médaillés.
So congratulations once again to Caetano Jose Hortabombo of Spain for winning the U23 men's lightweight single sculls. And now over to our next event. It's the U23 men's double sculls, which will begin in just a moment's time. Taking a look at the start list for this final, the fourth one of this Friday. Starting out in lane number 1 in the green uniform, Lithuania. Beside them out in lane number 2, Italy. Poland currently sitting in lane number 3. Lane number 4, who had one of those top times in the semifinal qualifiers, Australia. In lane number 5, Adam Murphy, Brian Colch representing Ireland. And last but not least, in lane number 6, Croatia.
Lithuania, Italy, Poland, Australia, Ireland, Croatia. Attention.
So Australia looking to win another gold here. They sit in lane number 4. One of the favorites coming in to this event, the U23 men's double sculls. Poland and Ireland off to a quick start, both with the highest stroke rate to begin this race. The Aussies currently out to a 2-meter lead. Croatia also in the mix, looking for their first medal of this week.
Almost everyone in this race with world-class resumes.
Under 23 women's Coxed.
Last year's gold medal winners from Ireland, Adam Murphy, with a new crewmate in the boat, Brian Kolsch. Looking to reclaim his title, add another medal to his trophy case. Currently in third place, only 5 meters behind the Polish.
The Irish so far still looking for their first medal here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Looking to do it here in the U23 men's double sculls. It's the Polish duo of Jacob Wozniak and Konrad Domanski, currently out front ahead of Australia. You can see the time spread between the top 4 teams still really close. Looking for a podium finish here in race number 5 of this afternoon.
If it's anything like the women's race just prior to this one, it was close up to the 1,500 meter mark where the strategies came into place and the pieces were put together to make that final sprint. Again, throughout this entire week, we've seen comebacks in the last 200 meters from 20 meters within. So as it stands right now, it is anyone's race as Italy and Lithuania just over 20 meters difference as they are about to hit the halfway buoy here in St Catharines.
About a boat's length separating Poland from Australia, now 11 meters ahead of second place. Passing the halfway point here in the U23 men's double scull final.
Again, 2 people in the boat. You'll see the puddles get a little bit more white, meaning there's a lot more power than we saw earlier with the single sculls in the lightweight division. Again, different disciplines require different strengths. The strategies are totally different when working with a crew than they are when you're by yourself. You have a little bit of support from either the person in front of you or the person behind you. And that's sometimes all you need to be as successful as these rowers are here in the A final on Friday afternoon.
The Polish combination of Wozniak and Domanski really holding on to that pace they had to start this race off, and have looked very strong. Exceptional race from them, nearing in on that 1,500 meter marker again for them. The silver medal winning crew from Poland last year had a bit of an underwhelming World Rowing Cup 3 earlier this season where they came in 6th place. And are looking to come back here in St Catharines, Canada, and not only win a medal, but win gold.
When you're rowing with the same crew year in, year out, we saw with the Romanians in the women's race last just how powerful that can be as you know each other so well, you know the rhythms, you know how much you can push your crew to that finish line, as it shows here as Poland in the lead, about 10 meters in front of second, who is Australia. Third place being the Irish, who won gold last year. Adam Murphy again with his new partner, Brian Kolsch.
There are the Australians currently sitting in second place, Dominic Federico and Nicholas Blackman. 10 meters behind the Polish duo.
Time to turn on the jets and start moving as fast as possible, catch up.
Those stroke rates increasing immensely now. Between the top three, around 41 strokes per minute. The speed's up over 20 kilometers per hour. The Irish currently sitting 13 meters behind the Australians for second place. Not sure if they're going to be able to catch them, and I don't think the Australians are going to catch the Polish as they near it on the finish line. The final push here for gold in the U23 men's double sculls will go to Poland and Jacob Wozniak and Konrad Domanski. Second place Australia, third place goes to Ireland, with the final time being 6:11.09.
A full season coming to an end for these rowers. Poland being able to call themselves world champions. Second place ain't that bad for Blackman and Federico of Australia. And Adam Murphy and Brian Kolsch taking the bronze medal for Ireland.
So the Irish win their first medal here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. It's bronze in the U23 men's double sculls. The Australians win another one today. It was gold for the women in the singles, the lightweight singles, and here a silver for the U23 men's doubles. There's your third place finishing team of Murphy and Kolsch for Ireland with a time of 6:15.80. As defending champs will be happy to be on the podium, but weren't fast enough to beat Wozniak and Domanski of Poland. The Australians, Federico and Blackman, win the silver medal here at the 2024 World Rowing Championship Regatta.
Getting treated to excellent racing this afternoon as we look at our U23 women's double sculls podium here in St Catharines.
Winner of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Lithuania.
La Lituanie.
Lithuania, represented by
Pays représenté par
Ugne Junzenaita. Saule Krajcevic-Chuta. Winner of the silver medal.
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Switzerland.
La Suisse.
Switzerland, represented by
Pays représenté par
Flavia Luscher. Olivia Roth. Winner of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 23 Champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Romania.
La Roumanie.
Romania, represented by
La Roumanie représentée par
Andrada Morosanu. Julia Balauka. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Romania.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Roumanie.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So the three-peat for Romanians duo wins again, this time here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships in St Catharines. As we move over to race number 5, it's the U23 Women's Fours. The start list for this final beginning in lane number 1. As you can see, in the white uniforms is France. In lane number 2 sits Great Britain. There you see New Zealand. They're in lane number 4. There's Great Britain. They sit in that second lane. In lane number 3 beside them is Australia. Now over to lane number 4, New Zealand. 1 silver in the Coxed 4 at last year's World Rowing U23 Championship. Trying to better that here at the 2024 World Rowing Championship. This is Switzerland in lane number 5.
France.
And finally in lane number 6, Austria.
Australia. New Zealand. Switzerland. Austria.
Australia is sitting in lane number 3. They were the bronze medal winning crew from last year's championship. Looking to better that here today.
You can see the water currents going with the rowers here in the afternoon on the Friday. That helps out immensely, especially with this smooth water. going to be a very technical ride for the rowers here in the boat. Don't have to power through too many waves. Really focus on that technique and getting situated here now as the stroke rates come down slightly from the start to more of that race pace. We'll probably see them around that 36 strokes per minute mark.
Great Britain currently holding the lead. 9 meters in front of Australia. Switzerland also trading between them. New Zealand very tight in second, third, and fourth place. Great Britain, Ariana Ford, Grace Richards, Philippa Emery, and Jessica Martin. The crew combination in lane number 2.
The only returning crew member for Australia, Rebecca Prechoris. You've already mentioned just how important that veteran presence in, especially when you've already done extremely well at previous World Championships and international stages. Currently in 4th place, but again, only 4 meters behind second. Great Britain right now out to a 10-meter lead, keeping their speed the highest in the group.
New Zealand currently cemented in that second position in this race, and the third spot for that crew. Madeline Parker said her biggest goal heading into this year was to medal here in St. Catharines at the U23 Championships. Currently in a stronghold position inside the top 3 as it stands. Great Britain still off to a bit of a lead over New Zealand as well as Australia, who sits in 3rd.
Getting to the halfway buoy here on the Martindale Pond in St. Catharines. This is where the Henley Island will start. And you will hear coaches and other athletes from these nations supporting the rowers, giving their last little bit of help that they can. The island carries about 500 meters. Again, 3 of New Zealand's crew won silver last year at the World Rowing U23 Championships in the Coxed 4. Plenty of pedigree there. Looking to make a little bit of a comeback as Great Britain is out now 13 meters in front of them.
Australia has really fallen off the pace here. Their stroke rate among the lowest. You can see their speed currently sitting just above 18 kilometers per hour. They've now moved into 4th place. The French crew have now slotted themselves in a podium position.
One thing we see here with the Great Britain team is their boat is bucket rigged. What that means is the 2 middle rowers in seats 2 and 3 are on the same side. Their oars are on the same side of the boat. I believe it is the starboard side. All the other boats you see here goes port, starboard, port, starboard. So a little bit of a different boat technique seen on the Great Britain team. Again, that is just up to the coach's decision. There is no better or worse. It just matters on where the coaches want to sit their rowers to give themselves the best chance to win.
Australia has now taken back that 3rd position over the French, about 2 meters ahead of them. And Great Britain still a distance between them and New Zealand in 2nd place.
French looking to improve on themselves from last month. where in the World Rowing Cup number 3, they finished 6th place. Again, having that international stage presence is super important throughout the season. Now 6 to 7 meters behind the Aussies. Gonna need that knowledge and that testing of international waters to come in now. New Zealand closing the gap between themselves and Great Britain. Last 100 meters, we're in for a treat here.
New Zealand really making a push at the end, up to 41 strokes per minute. 6 meters now behind the leaders in Great Britain, who have led the entirety of this race. What a fantastic finish we're in for here in the U23 Women's 4 final. Great Britain holding on, 6 meters between them and New Zealand in second. Can they just do it to finish this race in first? They will. New Zealand to finish in second, Australia to finish with a bronze medal. But it's Great Britain, who weren't the favorites coming in, out in lane number 2 with a final time of 6:22.29, will win gold in the U23 Women's 4 at the 2024 World Rowing Regatta.
You saw Grace Richards in the 2 seat, turning around and hugging her crewmate. Now being able to call themselves world champions. New Zealand put up a great fight at the end, only 5 meters difference between 1 and 2. Australia third. Official time of 6:26.37.
What a phenomenal push at the end from New Zealand, who just come up short. They were behind 2.5 seconds at the 1,500 meter marker and only finished 1 second behind the winners in Great Britain, who will take home gold this weekend in the U23 Women's 4s. New Zealand, silver. Australia, the bronze. So another medal for Great Britain. A gold for them after winning the U23 women's pairs yesterday. They win here in the U23 women's 4s. The last race before this was the U23 men's double sculls. We'll now send it over to the podium for our medal winners of that event.
Winner of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Ireland! Ireland, represented by
L'Irlande, représentée par
Adam Murphy, Brian Colch, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Australia! Australia, represented by
L'Australie, représentée par
Dominic Frederico, Nicholas Blackman, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-23 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Poland! Poland, represented by
La Pologne, représentée par
Jakub Wozniak, Konrad Domanski. Please join us for the national anthem of Poland.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Pologne.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So as we saw there, the winners of the U23 men's double sculls, Poland winning their first gold medal here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships, and will now take us over to the U23 men's 4 final as we start out in lane number 1 with Italy's crew, as you can see on your screen there, in the blue uniforms. And lane number 2 is New Zealand. Lane number 3, the reigning champions, Great Britain. Beside them in lane number 4, looking for another medal here today, Australia. In lane number 5, seats France. And finally, in lane number 6, Romania. So like I said, Great Britain won gold in this boat class
Italy
at the World Rowing U23 Championships last year.
Great Britain, Australia, France, Romania. Attention.
And there they go. So Great Britain, like I said, one of the favorites here after they created this team, who was made up of 4 different rowers who won gold in the men's 8s, the Coxed 4 in the pairs, and have now come together for this year's Coxed 4.
How amazing is that? Having these amazing athletes in these different disciplines come together as one. And now for a chance to be gold medalist once again.
The British have got out to their pace here now, sitting around 40 strokes per minute, just edging ahead of New Zealand.
Again, we see a really close race up until that 1,500 meter mark. That's when crews will turn it up into high gear, give it all they got. Between first and sixth, not even 10 meters between them as they cross the 500 meter mark.
Look at those splits, Micah, so tight between first and sixth place. The top three as it stands, Great Britain, New Zealand, and then Australia in third, with the Italians pulling out the top four. The Italian crew has 2 reigning World U23 champions on board, so a lot of experience for that crew. They did that in the Coxed 4 last year in this World Rowing Championship.
Currently in sixth place, France. Wouldn't sleep on them too early, 15 meters behind the leaders in Great Britain. Won bronze last year in this discipline. 3 of the crew are back to try and improve on that position. And in third place, 14 meters behind Great Britain. The Australians, all medalists last year. 2 silver in this boat class and 2 bronze from the Coxless pair, So again, a lot of medals in previous years in this race. Only 3 to give out to the boats here. 4 seconds difference between everyone on the water right now.
This race now starting to expand between the first and last place team. France currently sitting in that 6th position, now 4 seconds behind Great Britain in first place. A 10-meter gap, now 11 between New Zealand and Great Britain for top 2, Australia in third place. Romania has now moved up in the top 4, France and Italy fighting for 5th right now. The stroke rate so consistent, may not be the highest for Great Britain, but very efficient with each catch, each stride. And they're holding on to this lead right now, extending it away from New Zealand.
These athletes don't necessarily train all year round together as they go to school. The second seat for Great Britain, Fergus Woolnough at Hartbury College this past season. Is where he started to row.
So past the 3/4 mark, 500 meters to go. Great Britain has held on to the lead since the start of this race. Now 15 meters ahead of New Zealand. The Italians increasing their stroke rate now at 44 strokes per minute. Here they sit 28 behind the leader. The Romanians and the French all neck and neck in 4th position. Australians and New Zealand in 2 and 3 heading into the red buoy territory.
The speed of these boats are absolutely insane. After 1,800 meters of the race, they still have enough to go 5.5, even almost 6.5 meters per second for a total there of almost 21 kilometers an hour. Great Britain from start to finish dominance. Australia and New Zealand currently in the medal positions.
What an amazing finish this will be. Great Britain is looking at like the front runners to win gold in the U23 men's 4. They lead by around 11 meters ahead of the Australians. New Zealand just behind them. It's going to be really tight for second. Great Britain will win gold. Who will win silver? It looked like Australia might have just beaten out New Zealand. We'll wait the final times, but the winner, Great Britain, you can see the jubilation on their face with a time of 5:45.29. Australia just narrowly beating out New Zealand will win silver with a time of 5:46.89. In only 12/10ths of a second behind them will be New Zealand's 5:47.01. What a finish to that race it was, Mike.
We talked about the pedigree of all of the boats on the water in that race. The Australians proving that they deserve to be in second place, narrowly over New Zealand, having a great final sequence to just edge out the boats. Wearing the black singlets, New Zealand. Gold will be Great Britain, silver Australia, bronze New Zealand, fourth is France, fifth Italy, and sixth Romania.
So Great Britain will defend their championship medal and win gold at the 2024 World Rowing Championships in St Catharines for the U23 men's 4. We'll see that victory ceremony shortly. But now we'll take you over to the podium for the U23 Women's 4 gold, bronze, and silver medal winners.
CO2 Walker Industry, Monsieur Gordy Walker.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Australia! Australia represented by
L'Australie, représentée par
Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Rebecca Pretorius, Genevieve Hart, Isabella Scammell, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
New Zealand! New Zealand represented by
Nouvelle-Zélande, représentée par
Lucy Burrow, Rebecca Lee, Madeleine Parker, Alice Fahey, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 23 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
La Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Ariana Ford, Grace Richards, Philippa Emery, Jessica Martin, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne. Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So with Great Britain taking home golds in the U23 women's fours, that puts them in first place in the medal standings with gold medal number 3 here at the 2024 World Rowing Championship, which will now take us to our next event, the U23 women's lightweight double sculls. As we take a look at the start list for this race, starting out in lane number 1. Leah Schneider and Anna Schaefer for Germany. In lane number 2, Emma Ming and Marion Heiniger for Switzerland. Italian duo sitting in lane number 3. In lane number 4, the defending world champions is the Greece duo. In lane number 5, France. And rounding it out in lane number 6, Sophia Monaghan and Aino Mahoney representing Ireland.
Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Greece, France, Ireland. Attention.
So there they go, the green light has been given. And it's time to crown the U23 women's lightweight double sculls champion. On this beautiful Friday afternoon. A finals from now until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in St. Catharines, Canada.
huge stroke rates, 44 strokes per minute from the Irish boat in lane 6, closest to the camera. As they get into their rhythm, their race pace, you can see on the left side the Henley Island, which is where the coaches and athletes are, cheering them on as they go past from that 1,000 meter marker to the 1,500 meter marker. The conditions on the course today, absolutely beautiful. 26 degrees Celsius, mostly cloudy, so that sun isn't directly on the rowers on the water. The wind pushing from the southwest at 15 kilometers an hour with gusts up to 25 kilometers an hour. Again, that's a tailwind for the rowers, so a lot of the external factors helping them along their way in this afternoon session.
Currently the top 3 right now, sitting in 3rd place through 500 meters is the Italian duo, and 2nd place representing Ireland, Sophia Monaghan and Annie O'Mahony.
The Italians, Elena Sali, won the boat class in 2022 World Rowing U23 Championships, and then bronze last year, looking to either get the gold in this race or to round out all 3 medals and get the silver. Her partner, Alice Ramella, also 2022 World U23 champion, having raced in the lightweight women's quad scull discipline.
We know the Greek duo. They're the reigning champions here in this boat class, the U23 women's lightweight double sculls. Dimitra Kontu won bronze for Greece in this boat class at the Olympic Games only a couple weeks ago, and is now here to defend her title with her partner.
If you're new to rowing, just checking in now, and you're hearing us say lightweight, there's 2 divisions in rowing, usually for these world championships. Lightweight and open weight for the women's lightweight division. The average weight of the rowers cannot exceed 57 kilograms. So again, they would have been weighed in 2 hours prior to this race. As we will see the men's after this one, their average weight cannot exceed 70 kilograms. As you see, the Greek rowers out ahead, 16 meters in front of Italy. And then after that, Germany, 35 meters behind. So a little bit of a lesser close race between the top 2. 3rd place still can be wide open as we get to the back half of the course.
That overhead view gives you a really good representation of how dominating this Greek duo is in this weight class. In this boat class, I should say, sorry, the U23 women's lightweight double sculls. And just look at the gap between them in last place, which currently seats Ireland, who has really fallen off in this race. We're only a 2.5 seconds behind Greece through the first 500, now sit more than 8 seconds behind them, nearing in on the 1,500 meter marker.
Elena Sali, we talked about her a little bit earlier. The 22-year-old, her biggest challenge this season, she had a microfracture in her left wrist, and that was at the beginning of June. So again, not too long to recover from that microfracture and return to rowing. Of course, the technique is heavily based on your wrists. Getting the oars parallel with the water so you don't catch any drag with them.
What a fantastic race so far. Almost perfection for the Greek duo. You see on your screen now, almost 30 meters ahead of second place in Italy. Germany in third place sits 55 meters behind the leaders, who are still in a battle with France for that bronze medal. But it's almost safe to say that Greece is going to defend their world champion title in the U23 women's lightweight double sculls. Now pushing past 30 meters ahead of the Italians with 150 meters left to go.
The red buoys you see a little bit different than the yellow ones. A visual representation to the rowers that they have 250 meters left to go. In the last 100 now, it looks like Greece will reclaim their title as world champions. This time in 2024 on the water in St Catharines, Canada.
Made it look so easy. Out of lane number 4, Greece will win gold once again at the World Championships here in St Catharines in 2024. Italy will finish in second. It's a battle between the French and the Germans, who have really fallen off the pace here. And you can almost see on the far side, possibly a broken oar, which really slowed down the Germans at the ends and allowed France to take bronze and finish in third place. We'll have to see if we can figure out what happened over there.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there, unlucky at the end of the race, caught a crab, and the oar, whether she lost it, it broke, or something else, lost all the momentum they had, and France able to sneak in and take that bronze medal from them.
Germany still able to finish in fourth place. France took advantage, and you can see how much that means to that duel of Cloutier and Galin of France will take home bronze here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships, but really unfortunate for Germany, who will finish fourth in this event. We'll now take it over to the podium for the victory ceremony of the U23 Men's 4.
Accompagné de
President and CEO of Walker Industries,
Président et PDG de Walker Industries, Monsieur Gordy Walker.
Winners of the bronze medal,
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze,
New Zealand. New Zealand represented by
la Nouvelle-Zélande, représentée par
Benjamin Short, Edward Lopez, Callum Tutbury, Joshua Gordon, winners of the silver medal,
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent,
Australia. Australia, represented by
l'Australie, représentée par
Nicholas Pender, Austin Reiner, Jared Lord, Mitch Salisbury, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 23 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
La Grande-Bretagne représentée par
Joshua Brangan, Fergus Woolmer, Harry Geffen, Jake Wincombe, please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne. Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
U23 men's quad sculls here. The fastest qualifying time, 6:08.53 from Germany. Looking to build on that and capture another gold for their nation. The total count there for Germany now getting up to 5 medals, 2 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze. As Great Britain had a great afternoon as they're in lane 1 here. Nathaniel Godin in the stroke seat. Lane 2, Czechia. Michael Zindulka in the stroke seat. Third lane is Germany. Dom Granitz in the stroke seat. They look to improve on that fastest qualifying time. Poland in 4. Daniel Galiza in the stroke seat at the front of the boat. Italy in 5. Andrea Pazzagli in the stroke seat for Italy. And then closest to the cameras will be France. Alec Rodgrue in the stroke seat for France.
Great Britain. Czechia.
So that's your start list here for the U23
Germany,
men's quadruple sculls
Poland,
final.
Italy.
And Germany
France.
sitting in that third lane,
Attention.
looking to defend their championship from last year. Ole Hennig from Germany sitting in that number 2 seat. The only returnee from that German crew as he looks to push forward the rest of his teammates to another win here. And the Germans, with a bit of a slow start, their stroke rate hasn't peaked above 45. The rest much above that.
In races prior to this one, we've talked about the pedigree and the resumes of all the boats. This one a little bit more open, a little more questions about who's all in it. Again, we talked about Ole Hennig from Germany, the only returning medalist from last year's podium. The French crew and 3 of the Polish raced in the World Rowing Cup 3 this season. Poland in lane 4, France in lane 6. So again, it is extremely important to get international races under your belt. France came 8th. Poland came 6th respectively in that World Rowing Cup.
The Polish out to a strong start. In the first 500 meters, they lead out of lane number 4. The Germans have really bit themselves in the foot with their more lackluster start. They sit 12 meters behind the leaders in 4th place, just outside of a podium finish, but certainly lots of time to make up ground on the Italians and Czechia, who sit in 3rd and 2nd.
Speaking of the Italians, they have 2 gold medalists from this boat class. Not from last year though, from 2022.
Under 23 lightweight men's double gold.
And they know what it takes to win. They took a year off from the medals at least, hoping to make a strong return here, currently in the bronze medal position, just a meter back of Czechia.
You can see the Germans out in lane number 4, kind of near the middle of your screen. They sit 20 meters back. Again, the defending champions here are now 3.28 seconds behind the Polish, who are right now rowing a fantastic race.
The world champions from last year, like you mentioned, Noah, but also had the fastest qualifying time in the heats to get here. So I would not be surprised if they made a fantastic push, closing in on the 1,500 meter mark for themselves, and I would not count them out too early, certainly not before we see anyone cross the finish line.
The Italians currently sitting now 9 meters behind the front. They're in 3rd. Anchored by Andrea Pizzagli in that stroke seat for Italy. Czechia still holding on to that 2nd place spot. They're looking very, very strong through the first 1,400 meters, entering the 1,500 meter mark.
Czechia only 5 meters behind Poland right now as they cross the 1,500 meter mark. Not even a second between the 2 boats. In the stroke seat, Michael Zindulka managing rowing, his college career, as well as his personal life. All those three things are very important to him and cannot neglect any of those for his mental well-being, physical well-being. Getting a chance to row at the World Championships can never be understated of how important that can be moving forward in your career as in rowing, as well as other parts of your life.
Still in the lead, the Polish in lane number 4, but Czechia really making a move now. You can see their speed above 21 kilometers per hour. The Italians also increasing their stroke rate, now at 45 strokes per minute. The French are also trying to make their way back into the top 4. The Germans sit in that position right now, 14 meters behind the leaders in Poland. Czechia breathing down the necks of the leaders. Do they have enough to cross the finish line first? Poland will win. Czechia to finish second, and Italy to finish in third. So close at the finish line, Micah.
You see the joy from the Polish rowers. The world champions, the U23 men's quad scull, with an official time of 5:39.53. Took a moment to catch their breath, but now they look to the grandstands to celebrate. Czechia, an amazing push at the end to maintain second place, the silver medal. Italy, third place, only a few seconds behind second. So they catch their breath, and I'm sure they will celebrate loud and proud once they get their medals in moments' time. Look at that top 3. Not even a second between all 3 of them in the medal count. Again, very, very special to witness this here at the World Championships in St. Catharines, Canada.
So the defending champs, Germany, finish in 4th place. And now we take another look at the medal standings with Great Britain. 2 golds today now move themselves into 1st place. 3 on the whole entire week here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. We'll revisit the race we just saw, but for now we'll head it down to waterside for the live medal ceremony for the women's U23 lightweight double sculls.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
France! France represented by
La France, représentée par
Eléa Cloutier, Rose Gallin, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Italy! Italy represented by
L'Italie, représentée par
Elena Sali, Alice Ramella, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 23 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Greece! Greece represented by
La Grèce, représentée par
Dimitra Kontou, Evangelia Anastasiadou, please join us for the national anthem of Greece.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grèce.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez maintenant applaudir vos médaillés.
Minutes.
So there were your medal winners for the U23 women's lightweight double sculls. We just finished up with the U23 men's quadruple sculls, where we had Poland take home gold and finish with a U23 World Championship world's best time with a time of 5:39.53. An incredible performance, and what a race that was. Really tight near the top three, Micah. And now we move over to the U23 men's lightweight double sculls.
Lane 1, Germany, Linus David in the stroke seat. Lane number 2 is Italy, Nicola Demiliani in the stroke seat. France in 3, Cornelis Palsma in the stroke seat for the French. Lane 4 had the best qualifying time is Ireland. Donica Keeley in the stroke seat. Austria in lane 5, Elias Hawks in the stroke seat. And then the host country, Canada, looking for their first medal here at the World Championships, is in lane 6. Giancarlo Dempio for Canada is in the stroke seat.
France, Ireland,
as we look to
Austria,
get underway
Canada
in the finals.
Attention.
Getting off to a hot start here. Getting up to your top speed is crucial in rowing. We'll see stroke rates upwards of 50 strokes per minute. The adrenaline is pumping, the excitement is pumping. You want to get that out as quickly as possible and then fall into your race pace. You rely on your rhythm, your technique, driving your power through your legs. So right now we see Italy and Ireland having the highest stroke rates as it continues to fall down just below 40 for the Germans in lane 1.
The Canadians currently out to a hot start. They are leading the pack right now out in lane number 6. Giancarlo Di Popio and Owen Kodarekis. Now 5 meters ahead of the Austrians in second. It's Italy in third place. Can the Canadians maintain the speed now as they enter the first 500-meter marker?
It's crucial not to overextend yourself too early on. We've seen a lot of crews here fall short after that 3/4 marker buoy. Again, we just don't want to see that for the Canadians, looking for their first medal of the 2024 World Championships on home soil.
You can see them. It's a great view here on the side closest to the camera here. And just about a half boat's length in front of Italy, who's now moved into second place. The Canadians, the bow seat, Owen Kodarekis and Giancarlo Di Popio.
And the lightweight division. Both rowers' weight have to be an average of 70 kilograms 2 hours prior to the race. Canada 10 meters in front of Ireland and Italy. France in the 4th position, Austria in 5th, and Germany in 6th right now. As you can just see that halfway buoy, the top left of your screen.
The Italians currently sitting in second place, battling with Ireland. Between second and third were the reigning champions here last year at the World Rowing U23 Championships in this lightweight class. Currently sit now 7 meters behind the Canadians, really pushing now, increasing their stroke rate past the 1,000 meter marker.
Again, that would have been a piece they had talked about prior to this race. As soon as they passed that buoy, let's put together a little bit of a push to extend our lead, or perhaps catch up depending on where they were in the race. The French duo won bronze in this boat class last year.
You can see the Canadians starting to slow down here. Maybe went out too hot at the start. Their speed, the lowest out of all 6 boats. Their stroke rate also decreasing. The Irish have now overtaken them in first place.
I can only imagine they want to get out to the 1,600 meter marker first and let the crowd encourage them to keep going. Right now, it's going to be a brutal fight for them to get to that 1,600 meter marker, to then hear the crowd give them enough energy and adrenaline to move past, hopefully to get a medal for themselves on home soil.
The Canadians have now moved down to 4th place. It's Ireland now in first. Keeley and Purdy, the combination for Ireland in first place. The Canadians 1.42 seconds behind them. France and Italy neck and neck in second and third place, with Canada still continuing to fall further and further back from the top 3.
France currently in that 3rd position. They finished 3rd in the lightweight men's double sculls at the World Rowing Cup 3 this season, just a few months ago. Hopefully they can improve on that. Getting some hardware here at the World Championships. Canada now falling 14 meters behind the leaders, only 10 meters away from medal contention, either bronze or silver.
They're really going to have to push here now, Micah, sitting now almost 20 meters behind the lead in Ireland, who have really overtaken this race.
They have to find something here. Now the distance growing even more. You can see just how hard it is to finish this 2,000-meter course. France, Italy, 1 meter separation from them. Barring anything unusual, it looks like Ireland may just have the win.
Look at them
5 meters.
checking their surroundings as the French and the Italians try to creep in on them. It's going to be Ireland to win gold. France will finish third, Italy to finish in second. The Canadians, falling just short of a medal, will finish in fourth place. Ireland with a time of 6:14.58. They were second for most of that race. Canada led up to the halfway point. But Keely and Purdy are champions of the U23 men's lightweight double sculls.
An amazing race by the Irish. Less than a second away from the U23 world's best time. There, Italy claiming second. France once again, third place, and the bronze medal.
Luca Borgonovo, his brother, won a medal earlier today, a silver, and he's coming home as well with a silver of his own. Nicolo Diliminani, he's the partner in that Italian boat, and were unable to win gold here, but win a silver medal, and the Canadians just falling short in fourth place. But the Irish, the winners of this class, will be crowned champions of the U23 men's lightweight doubles. But first we have to crown our past race for the men's quadruple sculls. The Polish, now with a world's best time in the under 23 division, over or surpassing the time Ukraine put up in 2011, and they will be crowned champions and win gold here in St. Catharines.
Luca Mulas, Marco Selva, Leonardo Tedoldi, Andrea Pazzagli, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Czechia! Czechia, represented by
La Tchéquie, représentée par
Vít Boldinus, Jan Češek, Martin Ječek, Michal Zindulka, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 23 champions.
vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Poland! Poland, represented by
La Pologne, représentée par
Mikołaj Kulka, Michał Randa, Cezary Litka, Daniel Galetza, Please join us for the national anthem of Poland.
Si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Pologne.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 4 more races to
Adulthood is full of surprises, maybe too full of surprises. That's why CAA Niagara has reliable insurance plans. Be ready for the unexpected expenses with home, auto, life, travel, and pet insurance plans. Plus, CAA members get exclusive pricing on all of our plans. Because adulting is hard, but CAA Niagara makes it easy. Click today for your free online quote.
At Genesis Niagara, the most important feature in every Genesis is you. Designed with the simple idea that the experience of owning your Genesis should be as exceptional as the vehicle itself. It's about valuing your time, respecting your lifestyle, and making things effortless, and building a relationship based on trust. Genesis Niagara serving Hamilton, Niagara, where you are at the center of everything we do.
Team Canada and Pilataria Estates Winery unite with a perfect pairing of tradition and excellence. Deeply rooted in pride, respect, and the pursuit of greatness. Celebrate the Olympic spirit with every toast.
When you're purchasing swimwear from the Salty Bikini, you're getting beauty, confidence, and the latest in swimwear fashion. Every woman deserves to feel like a goddess in her swimsuit. Say goodbye to stress and hello to confidence as you shop with us. The Salty Bikini is proud to be a platinum sponsor of the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Good luck to all the competitors. Come see us in-store at the Salty Bikini. We're located in the Ridley Heights Plaza in St Catharines, Ontario, or visit us online at thesaltybikini.ca.
Welcome to White Meadows Farms. Join our Discover Maple Sugar Bush tour and explore the world of maple syrup. Meet our expert guide and discover traditions that have thrived for centuries. Hop aboard a tractor-drawn wagon and journey to the heart of our forest. Indulge in legendary treats like taffy on snow and experience our 100% pure maple syrup. Finish with a maple syrup tasting and see how we elevate maple beyond the breakfast table. Book your experience today and discover everything Canadian maple.
The universe does it with a big bang. Wonderful pistachios. Get cracking.
The fruit of our labor has been feeding families for generations. Support local. Look for the Foodland Ontario logo in stores and put Ontario-grown fruit in your basket all summer long.
Niagara College programs immerse students with a highly experiential learning environment enhanced by digital technologies. We place students at the center of all that we do. We are Niagara College.
So it's the U23 Women's Coxed 8 Finals here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. I'm Noah Vogel, he's Micah Newitz. The fastest qualifier coming into this, sitting in lane number 4, the defending champions, the United States of America. Starting out in this race in lane number 1, we see in the yellow uniforms sits Australia. Beside them in lane number 2 is Germany. Over in lane number 3, already 2 gold medals for their country today. Great Britain looking to add to that tally. In lane number 4, like we said, the defending world champions in this U23 Women's Cox 8, the United States. In lane number 5 is Romania. number 6, Italy. The Coxie for them, Ilaria Colombo.
Now we'll talk about this a little later, but this is an extremely stacked race. Only 7 boats came here to compete. Only 6 now
Australia,
in the finals.
Germany, Great Britain, United States of America, Romania.
Germany certainly
Italy.
a team to watch out for. They were the silver medalists last year at the World Championships. Want to get their revenge on the United States, who will look to defend their title here as they get on their way.
Takes a little longer for these boats to reach their top speed, as they are a lot heavier than the single scull or double scull boats. Again, so much power here in the women's 8.
Great Britain currently out to a short lead. Their stroke rate starting to pepper down and now find that sweet spot in their rhythm at the start of this race.
Talked about the USA defending champions in this event. In the 3rd seat, Catherine Sierra, her freshman year at Harvard, and she's moved away from home to pursue her both academics and athletics at Harvard, a prestigious university, college in the United States of America.
We've talked about how stacked this final is, Micah. There's many different teams with medal winners in other events, talking about the Romanians who had 2 medalists from last year's World Rowing U19 Championships and 2 as well from the U23 Championships. And of course 2 who raced in the Romanian women's quad at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games, finishing in 7th place.
One of the most exciting races of today, as well as this week, as Great Britain is in front of USA and Germany by under 5 meters. Again, this race is different than others, as there's 8 rowers in the boat, as well as a coxswain. Their job is to keep the stroke rate within the group, the rhythm within the group the same, communicating. They're also steering their boats with the rudder underneath the boat to keep them in a straight line. An extremely important role on the boat. Again, usually a smaller person to keep the weight down. The minimum weight they must achieve is 55 kilograms. If they are under that weight, they will put weights in the boat to meet that requirement. Again, not even a second between the top 3 boats crossing the halfway buoy.
The world champions, United States currently sitting in 3rd place behind the Germans, and of course Great Britain, who has held on to the lead since the first 500 meters for the Americans, looking to defend their title, but only 1 returnee from that crew here today.
So you hear the athletes and coaches chanting on Henley Island. I'm sure if we looked outside, there'd be numerous amounts of nations and crews along the water side at Henley Island supporting the boats. Even if their country isn't racing here, I'm sure they're watching to see just who wins this women's 8.
The Americans slowly falling behind the Germans, now 10 meters behind Great Britain in first place. Germany still within striking distance of Great Britain. Hermione Hill, the Coxie for the boat out front, has lots to do here as the top three still very tight entering the final quarter of this race.
At this 1,500 meter mark, a common piece that is put together is the 30 stroke, 10 for technique, 10 for power, and then 10 for the girls in the boat. For the women there, again, you're not just doing it for yourself like a solo in a single scull, you're doing it for every single athlete in your boat. Wanting to win for yourself, but more for the girls behind you and in front of you that have sacrificed so much to be competing for their nation here at the World Championships. Countless of early mornings together as a crew. As we reach the final 200 meters, Great Britain 11 meters in front of second. Germany is 2 meters in front of the USA, who is in third. Australia 20 meters behind the leaders. Romania a little too far away for medal contention.
Great Britain in a really good position here to win another gold today to start this weekend off in the U23 Women's Coxed 8. USA can still catch the Germans and finish with a silver medal. They're currently sitting in that position right now. It's coming down to the wire. Great Britain's gonna win gold. Who will win silver? The Americans, the final push, just had enough to beat the Germans, who will walk away with another medal, this time being a bronze. So the defending champions can't hold their title. It'll be moving across the pond to Great Britain, who will win gold in the U23 Women's 8 jubilation for their crew with a final time of 6:06:58. The United States finishing in second place will win silver with a time of 6:08:35. And Germany in third will win the bronze medal, 6:08:61.
Only 6 seconds behind the U23 world's best time was Great Britain. That world's best time held by the host country Canada here, who unfortunately was the team to get knocked off in the heats. As we see, we get these water to the athletes. A big shout out to all the volunteers, all the officials who are able to make this World Championships possible here in St. Catharines. There are the final times for the women's 8 U23. As we turn our sights to the U23 lightweight men's double sculls victory ceremony, where the Irish won gold.
France. France, represented by
La France, représentée par
Antoine Lefebvre, Corneliu Palsma, winners of the silver medal.
vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
Italy! Italy, represented by
L'Italie, représentée par
Luca Borgonovo, Niccolo De Mignani, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 23 Champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Ireland! Ireland represented by
L'Irlande, représentée par
Kieran Purdy, Donka Keeley, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Ireland.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Irlande.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So you just watched the medal ceremony for the U23 men's lightweight double sculls. We just finished with the U23 women's Coxed 8, and now we're doing quite the opposite. It's the U23 men's single sculls final. Fastest qualifier coming from the German, Timo Strasch, in that lane number 4 you see there. He took home bronze last year in the U23 men's double sculls and previously won gold in the U19 men's quadruple sculls way back in 2021. Now trying to do it here in the singles division. Andrew Sheehan for Ireland is in lane number 1. Oscar Rustin for New Zealand, in lane number 2. Aaron Andries for Belgium in lane number 3. And we talked about the man to watch out for in lane number 4, Timo Strasch. He's in Lane number 4, lane number 5, representing Sweden, Erik Kallström. And finally, in lane number 6, for Portugal, Diogo Gonçalves. So just moments away here at the start of the U23 men's singles Sculls.
New Zealand.
My name is Noel Vogel. Mike Newitz has had to step aside for the rest of this evening. 3 more races to go. 3 more champions to be crowned, starting with the men's single Sculls. As there they go. The off for race number 201 here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships in St Catharines, Canada. See the German already out to a strong start. His stroke rate near the top, now leveling out as he gets to his pace. The only returnee in this event from last year's final is Ireland's Andrew Sheehan, who sits in lane number 1, who won silver last year and will look to improve on that here today in 2024. But it's the German out to an early lead, battling with Oscar Rustin, the New Zealander. Another name to look out for with a top qualifying time. He's currently in 4th place, representing Belgium. Aaron Andres, he's a very familiar name on the international scene. He won gold in the U23 double in 2022 and silver in the U19 single back in 2021. Through the first 500, and it's the German Timo Strauch in first with a time of 1:37.42. Tightly behind him is Oscar Rustin, the New Zealander, who you see on your screen now. More of a gap now between that middle pack. It's the Swedish Kallström who sits in that podium spot in 3rd place. New Zealand's Oscar Rustin in 2nd. And Timo Strauch still in 1st place. Aaron Andres in 4th place for Belgium. Hasn't always had success in the singles other than that silver medal he had in 2021. And he said one of his biggest challenges this season was switching from double sculls to the single, and how much different that can be for a rower. But he's here now in the singles in the final and in a strong position to hopefully medal here in 2024. There's Timo Strauch and Oscar Rustin, the top 2 right now. Rustin began his rowing career in 2017 and talked about how balancing working and rowing and fitting that in with his training schedule has been hard for him, but he's been able to push through and find themselves in the World Championships here in St Catharines and looking to medal here in the singles for the men's U23, but the gap between him and Timo Strauss is just increasing exponentially now. 16 meters between the two. Each catch, each stride perfect for the German out of lane number 4. Still a very tight fight between second and fourth. But the German looking comfortably in front. Now 20 meters in front of Oscar Rustin for New Zealand in second place. Came in as the favorite, had the fastest time in the qualifying heats. He's under 5 minutes through 1,500 meters. The Belgian has now overtaken New Zealand's Oscar Rustin for second place. Erik Källström of Sweden has now moved in past third for a top 4 finish, but still trying to finish in that top 3 for a medal, of course, here. Inside the red buoys, the final 200 meters here. And a chance to medal at the 2024 World Championship. It's looking like Timo Strauss is going to dominate the competition here for the U23 men's single sculls and come home with gold for Germany. Closing in on the final push now. The German has led for the entirety of this race and will finish his week with the gold in the men's single sculls. Timo Strauss to finish first. Oscar Rustin just losing out for the silver medal. It was the Swedish Erik Källström who made his move at the end of that race and will win silver. Aaron Andres to win bronze for Belgium. There is your winner, Timo Strauss. Who officially has set a new U23 men's single sculls world's best time with a finish time of 6:42.08. A fantastic race from the German and Timo Strauss, who has won gold here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Erik Källström came from 4th place, was back behind the leader as much as 4.5 seconds at the 1,500 meter marker, will win silver, and Aaron Andres of Belgium will win bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 World Rowing Under-23 Championships, Women's 8.
So with the conclusion of that, we'll now send it over down by the water at the podium for the gold, bronze, and silver medal winners of the U23 Women's 8.
President and CEO of Walker Industries.
Président et PDG de Walker Industries, Monsieur Gordy Walker.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Germany! Germany represented by
L'Allemagne, présentée par
Michel Levan, Chiara Sacomando, Eva Weitzel, Ricarda Huysa, Antonia Galland, Harriet Butler-Niemeyer, Olivia Clotton, Louise Bachmann, Magdalena Halle, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
The United States of America. The USA represented by
Les États-Unis, représentés par
Hannah Smith, Natalie Hofer, Catherine Serra, Ina Lay, Dahlia Levine, Jolie Chernis, Catherine Kelly, Margot LaRue, Zoe Takaya, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under 23 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Harriet Drake Lee, Julia Hutt Davis, Alice Baker, Amber Harwood, Abigail Dawson, Rihanna Sumpter, Ellie Kate Hutchinson, Olivia Hill, Hermione Hill, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne. Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So those were your medal winners for the U23 Women's Coxed 8. We just finished with the U23 Men's Single Sculls. It's now the women's turn. The U23 Women's Single Sculls, starting out in lane number 1. Representing Greece, Francu. Out in lane number 2, Mazarine Gilbert for Belgium. Aurelia Maxima Katarina Jazen of Switzerland in lane number 3. Alexandra Forster for Germany in lane number 4, who in her heat number 2 set the World Championship U23 best time with a 7:19.52. In lane number 5, representing France, Mila Mazamine. And finally in lane number 6, Wesley Courtney. And she'll be representing
Greece,
South Africa.
Belgium, Switzerland, Germany.
So the favorite
France.
Here, the German in
South
lane number
Africa.
4, Alexandra Forster.
Attention.
Like I said, set a World Championship best time earlier this week. On the Sunday qualifier. And she'll look to hopefully replicate that here in the U23 Women's Single Sculls final. And so far, out to a quick start is the Belgian and the German.
Okay, everybody, we finish up with the 8. So
You can see Foster and her stroke rate still staying near the highest as she gets up to her race pace. Evangelia Francu of Greece in lane number 1, who you just saw on your screen. The German out to a lead now, over 17 kilometers per hour. The speed so narrow between 2nd and 5th place, between Janssen and Gilbert of Switzerland and Belgium. And of course, the French rower in lane number 5, Mila Massimine. The German and Swiss rower, Jansen and Foster, are just coming off a pretty successful Paris 2024 Olympic regatta where they raced each other in the B final a few weeks ago. Jansen won this event last year in 2023, winning golds for the U23 women's single sculls. With the German taking it the year before. Now trying to win that best of three. Who can win their second gold medal out of those two? They're the two out front right now, as the gap between the rest of the rowers has really expanded now. The only other medal winner in this playing field is Greece's Evangelia Francou, who won bronze in the singles last year at the U23s. Currently now 20 meters behind the lead, sitting in 5th place. Foster up front, Jansen behind her. Not saying they hate each other, but certainly a bit of history between the two of these racers in the U23 women's single sculls, looking to win another gold here in 2024. Jansen of Switzerland in lane number 3, currently 4 meters behind the leader, the German, and Alexandra Foster. You can see now through 1,200 meters, the speed of the German really picking up in this second half of this race, and now starting to pull away from the Swiss rower. Doesn't even look phased. Foster still holding a pretty steady stroke rate at 36 strokes per minute, but her speed increasing immensely, now at 4.6 meters per second. You can see the speeds now tight with each other at 16.5 kilometers per hour between the top two rowers here. Not as tight between 3rd and 4th place. It's the Belgian in Gilbert and Francou who sit in 3rd and 4th. About 6 meters between the two of them. The final marker before the finish line, the 1,500 meters, has been hit. Foster sitting at 5:24.82 the time. The Swiss rower 1.87 seconds behind her. 10 meters now the gap. Foster has already set a world championship best time here in St Catharines. She's looking to add to that by winning a gold in the U23 women's single sculls. The second last race of this Friday to start the weekend here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. 250 meters left to go. The German pushing her lead now. Her stroke rate increasing now above 40 strokes per minute. Her speed up above 16 kilometers per hour in the final stretch. 150 meters to go. Switzerland's Jansen sits in 3rd place. The Belgian Gilbert in 3rd. Those are your top three fighting for a medal right now. It looks like Alexandra Forster is going to win gold here in the final 100 meters. All she has to do is fend off the final attack from Jensen. The final stretch here. Forster has led the entirety of this race. Can she hold on and win gold? And not only do that, but possibly break her own record. And she's done both of those. The German has won gold. The Swiss rower Jensen for silver. Gilbert in third will win the bronze. But how about this week for Alexandra Forster? Broke the world record, world championship best time for the U23 women's singles sculls on Sunday, and has come here on Friday and crushed that time by over 6 seconds to break her own championship time and wins gold here at the 2024 World Rowing Championship. Switzerland's Janssen, also an excellent race with a time of 7:16:47, will win the silver medal. And Marizine Gilberts of Belgium will win the bronze. You can see the traveling German fans here today in St. Catharines. Alexandra Forster, 7:13:69, a new world championship best. Jensen, last year's reigning champion, will come up just short and win silver here in St. Catharines. Before we see the medal ceremony for that race, we'll move it over down to the water side for the U23 men's single sculls victory ceremony.
Walker Industries.
Président et PDG de Walker Industries, Monsieur Gordy Walker.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Belgium.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant la Belgique.
Aaron Andries. Winner of the silver medal, representing Sweden.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant la Suède.
Eric Karlström. Winner of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-23 champion, representing Germany.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 23 ans, représentant l'Allemagne.
Timo Strache. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Germany.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Allemagne.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
You need a specific tool?
So as you just saw, the world champion for the U23 men's single sculls, Timo Strake, who officially set a new world best time for the under-23 single sculls boat class with a time of 6:42.08. You saw just before the updated medal count. Germany back in front with now 4 gold medals here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. This will now lead us to our final race of the start of this weekend, the Friday, here in St. Catharines, as we begin with the U23 men's Coxed 8. Starting out in lane number 1, Romania. The Canadians sitting in lane number 2. The reigning world champions of Great Britain will be in lane number 3. Lane number 4, the United States beside them in lane number 5 with the Coxie. Jonathan Cook is Australia in the yellow uniforms. And finally, in lane number 6, looking to get another gold medal for their country, is Germany. Only 6 entries in this boat class, so all raced in the preliminary on the first day of competition on that Sunday.
All crews, there will be a delayed start. We will advise.
And will now race once more for the crowning of the U23 men's Coxed 4 champion. As I said, Great Britain, the defending World 23 champions, now have 5 returning members from last year's crew. The USA won silver, Germany won the bronze medal. The Canadians still looking to get their country their first medal on home soil. Also out in lane number 1, the Romanians, who have a few from that crew who raced in the men's 8 at the World Rowing Cup 3 earlier this year, where they finished just outside a podium finish in 4th place. Also on their crew, sitting near the middle of their boat in seat number 6, Andrea Mandrilla competed in the Romanian Coxless 4 in Paris, where they also finished outside of the top 3 in 5th place. So don't count out that Romanian boat out in lane number 1. And of course, the Canadians, a lot to prove here at home in St. Catharines, still trying to get their first medal at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. A bit of a delayed start here for this final race. as we await the last checks for the U23 men's Coxed 8 final.
Romania, Canada, Great Britain, United States of America, Australia, Germany. Attention.
So now they're ready. And there they go. Again, the final race today of this Friday of the 2024 World Rowing Championships. It's the U23 men's Coxed 8. And you can already see the fastest stroke rate in lane number 1, the Romanians up to a quick start, looking to get themselves into a bit of a lead. The Canadians sitting 2 meters behind the leaders, which is now the Americans sitting out in lane number 4. Now getting close to that race pace, you can see the speeds nearing in on 24 kilometers per hour for those top 2 teams. Great Britain trying to defend their championship. The Americans out in front, nearing in on the first 500-meter marker. World's best time in this event held by the United States when they competed in Poland at the 2018 World Rowing Under-23 Championships. Don't necessarily need to beat that time, but just be fast enough to finish in first, and currently that's where they sit, narrowly ahead of the defending champs in Great Britain. Australia sitting in third. They're battling with the Germans, who won bronze at last year's championship, looking to medal once again, as their country sits in first place in the medal standings with 4 gold, 1 silver, and 3 bronze already this week. Canada has now moved up into the 4th spot, 2 meters out of medal contention. The Romanians quite haven't kept the pace they would have wanted, sitting 37 meters now back of the Americans in first place as they enter the 1,000-meter marker. The Americans well on pace through the first half of this race to possibly beat that 2018 World Rowing Under-23 Championship world best time. They're going to have to keep this up in the second half of this race if they're going to want to do so. The Canadians now 26 meters behind them. Great Britain has now increased their speed, their stroke rate above 40 strokes per minute now, and they've overtaken the Americans for first. Canada 6 meters out of the top 3 position behind Australia, are going to have to make a push late here. Germany looking well out of that top 3 podium. Romania even further behind them. Great Britain is now edged a little bit of a gap between the United States, 6 meters between the top 2 teams. Canada has fallen even further behind in 4th place. It's going to take a monumental push from the home nation to try and find a top 3 finish here. Australia holding on well with a fantastic race so far, 3.82 seconds behind Great Britain in first. It's the final quarter of this race, of the final race of this Friday. here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Great Britain now, 22 kilometers per hour, 12 meters in front of the Americans. Canada has truly fallen out of medal contention unless they can really turn it on here. 13 meters behind the Australians with 200 left to go. USA fallen behind the defending champs in Great Britain, who have an opportunity here to break their record for the world's best time in the U23 championship division. 100 meters to go. It's Great Britain well out front now. The Americans following, Australia in third as they near in on the finish line. They won't break the world's best time, but they will come home with a gold medal. Another one for Great Britain. The Americans to finish second, Australia third, and Canada, who made a great push at the end, will finish in fourth place. Romania behind them, and the Germans will finish in sixth place in the U23 men's Coxed 8 finals. And what a race it was. Great Britain kept consistent through the first half of that race. Were 0.27 seconds behind the Americans and then pulled away in the final 15, or at the 1500 meter marker, were a second ahead of the Americans and finish with a comfortable lead at the end with a time of 5:24.73. The Canadians just falling short in fourth place will not collect their first medal of this 2024 World Rowing Championship just yet, with still plenty of finals to come tomorrow and Sunday. The Americans will win silver, Australia taking home the bronze medal. That will mark as the Americans' second silver in the men's division. Great Britain adding to another one of their gold medals won here today and defending their title as the U23 men's Coxed 8 champions. We'll now send it down to the water for the victory ceremony of the U23 women's singles sculls, in the gold medal winner Alexandra Foster, who not only won gold but broke the world championship time here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships.
Winner of the silver medal, representing Switzerland.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant la Suisse,
Aurélien Maximin Jensen. Winner of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-23 champion, representing Germany.
vainqueur de la médaille d'or et championne du monde des moins de 23 ans, représentant l'Allemagne,
Alexandra Förster. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Germany.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Allemagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more victory ceremony to enjoy, and that's in the men's eight coming up in a few minutes, so please don't go away.
So there are your medal winners for the women's U23 single sculls, and the champion adding another one to the German total. Now 4 gold medals already this week at the 2024 World Rowing Championship. But not only that, another world best time for the Germans, Alexandra Foster, with a time of 7:13.69, beating her time from earlier this week in the heats on Sunday, and as well as her countrymate and Timo Strache, who also set a world's best time here today, winning gold with a time of 6:42.08. You see Foster there now representing Germany loud and proud, winning another gold medal. The second for the women representing Germany here this week, and 4 for them in total, as well as 1 silver and 3 bronze. Coming up in moments will be the U23 men's Coxed 8 victory ceremony, in which Great Britain took home another gold here. And we're followed by the United States, and who you see on your screen now, the Australians winning bronze. Another one to their tally, their second here this week. For Great Britain, 5 golds now, leading the way in the medal standings. And for the United States, their second silver in the men's division, 4 already at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. We'll now send it down to waterside for the final victory ceremony here on this Friday in St. Catharines for the U23 men's Coxed 8.
Even if they're pushing up the dock now, they've got to go up to the car, turn around, and come back again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 World Rowing Under-23 Championships, Men's 8.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des médailles pour les championnats du monde des moins de 23 ans, 8 de pointe, hommes.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront présentées par
Executive Committee Member
membre du comité exécutif
Patrick Rambo, accompanied by
accompagné de
President and CEO of Walker Industries,
président et PDG de Walker Industries, Monsieur George Walker.
winners of the bronze medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
Australia! Australia represented by
L'Australie, représentée par
James Fredrickson, Henry Farrer, Jeremy Beale, Alexander Baroni, Harry Manton, Andrew Waitman, Edward Nutt, Benjamin Scott, Jonathan Cook, winners of the silver medal.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
The United States of America. The USA, represented by
Les États-Unis, représentés par
Lake Vogel, Kian Aminian, Wilson Morton, Matthew Davis, Keelan Good, Julian Thomas, Jason Kennedy, Samuel Sullivan, Sami Budagi, winners of the gold medal and the World Rowing Under-23 champions.
Vainqueur de la médaille d'or et champion du monde des moins de 23 ans.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
La Grande-Bretagne, représentée par
Toby Lasson, Zachary Day, Cameron Bakey, Gus John, Gabriel Obholzer, Tyler Horler, Luca Ferraro, Louis Nez, Tom Bryce, Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne. Veuillez applaudir vos médaillés.
So with that gold medal, Great Britain adds another to the tally, make that 5 for them now this week. And that will do it for the start of this weekend, the Friday, day number 5 here at the 2024 World Rowing Championships. Of course, we will continue our live coverage here for tomorrow and Sunday. You can see the race timetable for the Saturday events. But for now, here from St. Catharines, from all behind the scenes, from Niagara College making this stream possible, from myself here from St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada, we say good night.
See
Am I going to shut off?
No, stay on. They shut off after.
They'll shut it off now? Okay. I wasn't sure.